what she wishes for the day. We'll have to wait and see. As I said, the wind probably playing a little bit of havoc in terms of who might be around first. We'll just have to wait and see. But I think my money is still on the Springbok. We'll wait and see. Sounds like a brew there calling as well. Perhaps also with this array or with this wind, might be a little bit subdued with regards to bird sounds vocalization or vocalizations. We'll just have to wait and hear, see what does go on. I think that was a Springbok that was off to the distance there. We're just going to have to check again. Try to get as close as possible. Of course, it is windy, so there we go. It is a Springbok. So not the first at the waterhole, but the first mammal we've seen today, or second really. But the first antelope of the day at least. So as I said, it is a bit windy. I'm going to have to zoom out. It's not nice to look at a kind of frame that is jumping about like that. Try to keep tab on what else is going on and around. And see if there's any other movement along the tree line right now. So that Mapani thicket that is off to the distance there, around 350 to 500 meters away from us, depending on where we are. Obviously, it's not linear. Just having a look to see what's going on at the tree line. Is a bit shaky, as I mentioned. They're going to come back out a bit. Trying to keep tabs on what else might be around. Of course, just listening to that morning chorus that is starting right now. So we'll wait to see if the wind does die down. Perhaps during the middle of the day, we can look forward to bit more calmer conditions, but a couple of clouds that are around. Looks like there are some of Morgan's impalas. And many Springbok. So wait to see. We have seen mostly bachelor herds and rams in terms of the impala, and I did mention obviously that we did see a nice herd come through with the impala lambs yesterday, and the lambs do fall bit later than what they would on the eastern side of southern Africa. Lovely doves coming through, and that's primarily because of the rainfall only happening and occurring from January, so around a month or so later. Sorry, Brenda, I do just need to get your comms there, or your question again. Hi, Brenda. Thanks very much. And that's a very interesting question, and one I'll probably have to look into. However, it kind of is almost synchronized. And of course, if there are any predators or things like that that might be about, other birds of prey trying to hunt them, they will try to move away. So much like a swarm of fish. Those of you who are aware of, say, the Allowell shoals and that, and you'll notice how the sardines kind of spool together and then move off, and it is very synchronized how they do that. Of course, being in numbers like that means it's very tough for anyone to kind of pick out a certain individual as well. So it might also have to do with things like wind patterns, perhaps even, thermals that might be developing as well. But it kind of is almost, I suppose, the flock leader kind of moves to one direction, the rest follows suit, and it does look almost synchronized. And when there are many birds that swarm, such as Quelea, it really is fantastic to watch that. It is something to behold, to be completely honest. Thousands of birds, hundreds as well, depending really on the flock sizes, where they might be at present times, but really something that is quite magnificent to watch. So a rather busy but windy start. You'll notice the trees kind of moving towards us. Looks like it's gusting right towards the camera right now. It does make it a little bit unstable, so I can't get too much further without us shaking too much. But there is one or two black-faced impala and some springbuck that are currently in frame. Yet to hear the Egyptian geese. We'll check in with them again. Of course, once they decide to pop out. It is Saturday morning, so no doubt they are also having a sleep in. Otherwise, it really is quite cool just to have all the springbuck around. Anyway, lots of action, I'm sure, for the course of the day. And we will just keep our focus over here for the moment. It's a peaceful little interlude here at the moment. Looks like wildebeest bull, the territorial one at least. One of them. We have seen two. But bull right off there. So kind of just underneath that one branched leaves. You'll notice a black shape there. And that is the wildebeest that is there. I did just hear some vocalizations as well. And there you can hear the typical GNU sound right now. Also some European bee-eaters that did fly around the waterhole right now. But, as I said, a little bit gusty and blustery with the wind at the moment. But just keeping focus on the springbuck. Nice wildebeest that has come into frame, although really quite far in the background. And some black-faced impala that we're about to, but they've moved off into the thicket right now. So just interesting to watch and see. We're hoping that all of these characters do come through to us as well. So at the moment, we're just keeping tabs on what's going on around here. Very cool. Hi, Julia. Thanks very much for your question. And it's something I do need to check. They are obviously endemic to this area, very arid adapted, and definitely less of them than the more common impala, which is on the eastern side of southern Africa, up into East Africa as well. Of course, impala are the most successful of antelope in Africa. So my thinking is that they're probably just restricted to this area, not necessarily endangered, although, you know, fragmentation of habitat, encroachment, destruction of habitat, and environments obviously would play a part in that, and possibly more restricted to private game reserves and national parks, although Namibia is expansive and one of the least populated countries in the world. I think probably the least populated country in the world. So there's a high chance that there are lots of them that are found without parks or without the borders of parks, although things such as poaching and the bushmeat trade and that probably does affect them. Of course, they do occur from here into southern Angola as well. So I would think that the population in Namibia is probably a bit higher than that of Angola. But good work is being done in those Angolan parks, and we can hopefully in the future start to see numbers of wildlife and the rest starting to increase and stabilize. So that is the hope. Whether that does occur or not, you know, that does come down to various other kind of criterion, things such as localized politics, or the geopolitics and the rest as well. But an organization called African Parks doing fantastic work that side. And of course, you know, with wildlife and game reserves being huge tourist attractions within Africa, we do hope that the rebounding of wildlife and the numbers of wildlife after being decimated for many years in the 80s, in particular for trophy hunting and nefarious needs, the SADF, things like rhino and elephant, really their numbers took a huge toll back then. So if you've ever read the book Killing for Profit, that'll give you some insight into what really went down back in those times. So Cape turtle doves calling really at the moment. I think these are quelea that are kind of spooling in and out at the moment. I'm going to zoom back out. I'm hoping that our pachyderm friend has moved off now. As I said, rather windy. Did just see a little, I suppose, the first little vocalization of the Egyptian geese. So they'll come through at some point. Looks like our friend has moved off. So good things. And the clouds definitely starting to build for the day. So this wind, I do think that there's some form of pressure system starting to move into the area. Of course, it's probably more localized than anything else. We'll have to wait and see. I think with it being rather dry the last few days, we have started to notice, and also I suppose all the grazing that has gone down here. A lot of that green flush has been eaten and withered away, which is not a complaint because animals obviously did need it. Very cool. So of course also with the wind at the moment, haven't been really able to pick up any of the grebes. And the geese aren't here at the water just yet. Might be one actually on the other side of the dam. The water hole. There we go. It looks like the first adult. There we go. One of the parents. We'll just keep a tab on where the others are. So there we go. There is the family. I think kind of sheltering, almost using that concrete as a barrier right now. European bee-eaters calling too. So let's just see what goes on with the Egyptian geese and how they get their Saturday morning started. So we're just doing our morning check-in with the geese and the goslings, watching what they get up to, enjoying a quiet moment with them. I don't want to get too much closer just because it will shake rather extremely, and we'll just have to wait and see what does go on. Hopefully the wind will die down at some point and we'll start to get some better views. So it looks like the geese are starting their morning routine. A little bit of exercise. For now, no swimming just yet, but definitely a warm-up it seems. Probably time for some breakfast. Hi Sadie, we've had a number of interesting birds around of late. Those Adam storks were really cool, that large flock of them a couple of weeks ago, or a week or so ago. That was rather fantastic. I suppose I haven't really been able to hit the ground, so I can't really say that I've got an absolute favorite. I like to hear the mourning doves though. And I suppose the hoopoes are always cool to hear. Nice to see tawny eagles. We did see some vultures a couple of months back as well, so that was also awesome. But yeah, it's nice to see everyone else that has been around. We had good egrets the other day too, and I'm sure if there's some more rain, we can expect to see other interesting birds. We've seen a hummerkop here and there as well. Black-headed herons, but they haven't been around for a while. So a number of interesting birds that have been around. Something I didn't expect, but always nice to listen to what's going on. It's really interesting. Lovely to see all of this going on here. And just zoom out, hoping for the wind to die down. Let's just keep a tab. It looks like breakfast is under the way at the moment, though. Gosling's kind of dispersing. It's quite interesting to watch when any of these springbok and that do get close to the goslings, because the adults, so the parent geese, get rather protective and they chase everything away. Obviously keeping tabs and an eye out on anything that might be around. They've done really well. This clutch being rather successful. All 6 have made it through so far. Kind of getting to that point where they're just about to fledge as well. So it's been nice to keep tabs on them. Of course, they won't be around for the whole time. Once they do fledge, starting to disperse themselves. So interesting to watch and see. Nice to keep tabs. A couple of doves also coming to the water now.
Full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
So just keeping tabs. Looks like breakfast is kind of over. The first swim probably going to commence quite soon. We'll just have to wait and see. It looks like 1 or 2 of them have got in the water. And rather choppy at the moment, although definitely nothing hectic. And we have some gemsbok that have also decided to come through. Of course, some of the black-faced impala now here as well. Amazing how things do come through when you start paying attention to some of the other animals that are around. So we'll have to see what does transpire with the oryx and gemsbok, whether they do come to the water or not. I'm sure being able to supplement a lot of that water that they would need in a day-to-day basis with all this greenery and flush that is around, perhaps that's not the case, but fantastic to see them anyway. It's been some time and a nice little herd that has come through for us. Of course, lovely to see springbok and impala around as well. So I'm hoping all the characters do come through for us. They do come to the waterhole. We'll just have to wait and see. But lovely that the oryx have come through. So, first of today's mini gala underway. But what we're going to do is try and get a nice view of the oryx. Hopefully they will get closer. But really a fantastic start as well. So, lovely to see the oryx, black-faced impala, springbok come through and spend some time with our Egyptian geese. But it's time for us to say good morning to Nick and see what's going on down in Kariega.
Good morning from Kariega, where we've got another beautiful day before us. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And we've finally managed, after many days, to find our herd of buffalo. So we talked a little bit yesterday about seeing their tracks. And I've managed to find them not too far from where their tracks were. So just in terms of where we are on the southeastern edge of the Scotia Dam clearings, of the big open area close to, or surrounding Scotia Dam rather. You can see how dense and thick it is behind these buffalo. So there is a small little mud wallow not too far away from here. Just behind them on the right hand side of the frame you can see the deep valley that keeps going backwards behind them. So I'm sure it was in this valley that they were kind of tucked in and resting yesterday when we saw their tracks. We've got another overcast day today. Weather's kind of deciding what it wants to do, whether it wants to rain or hold off. I feel like we should be good to go today. I think most of our rain should hopefully be behind us, but you never know. There's a little bit of a breeze moving around and about. So half of our herd of buffalo are lying down, we can see here, and the other half is on the right hand side of the frame. I'll pan across to them just now and take a little squiz. But lovely to see these guys again. It's definitely been a good amount of time. I feel like it's been probably close on about a week and a half or so since they've been down here by the Scotia Dam clearings. So remember, if you've only just managed to join us now, sort of for the past week and a half, a lot of the mud wallows and things surrounding Scotia Dam that were their firm favourites, those dried up completely. So I think that was the instigating factor in forcing the buffalo to kind of move to a slightly different area. To be able to get to those nice mud wallows, obviously very water dependent species. Scotia Dam has still got water, but I think they really do enjoy rolling around in that mud and just having a good time. So it will be interesting to see as the day progresses if they do head down into the clearings and potentially go to some of those mud wallows. Not a very hot day today. But remember, after all of the rain that we have had over the past sort of 2 days or so, I'm sure there's going to be a boom of little insects and things like that, little midges and things flying around. Remember, if they do go and cover themselves in the mud, protect their skins from those little midges and things. Oh, another one lying down there getting comfy at the back. Greta, good morning to you. No, they don't differ. These are the same types of buffalo. So this is the Cape buffalo that we're having a look at here. And this is the only species of buffalo that we will get in South Africa. The color will be the same between buffaloes here and buffalo in the Sabi Sand. The horns will be sort of the same of the makeup of keratin. Obviously males having bigger horns than that of females. Little warthogs making their way across here, and some piglets. But remember, in terms of the coloration of the buffalo, like you can see here, they are a beautiful dark color, and these warthogs moving across, you can see they're definitely more of a reddish color. You can see those little mounds, those little termite mounds on the left hand side there. They are very similar in color to the warthogs themselves. So the warthogs obviously just been doing a little bit of mud wallowing themselves. Lots of iron oxides in the soil, making it more reddish in colour. There they trot, the little guys. So depending upon sort of soil colour, that's going to change the actual colour of the buffalo in terms of when they are mud wallowing and things like that. Remember, genetically, it's not like you're going to get one buffalo who's a red, you've got a red skin and the other's got a darker skin like this. You know, obviously if a buffalo goes down to an area of sort of cotton soils, you know, remember those cotton soils are very dark in colour, comparing that to these reddish coloured soils. For the meantime, while these buffalo are looking to settle down, I think let's take you back across to Okukuya with Alex.
Thanks, Nick. And still watching the black-faced impala. They've started to move off a little bit. One or two springbok as well. And it looks like the gemsbok have also decided to move on off. It looked like they were headed in more of a northerly direction. We'll check there right now. The Egyptian geese gala is underway. One of those inter-house kind of goose freestyle events. We'll have to check in with them just now. Here are the oryx. I'll try getting as close as possible. You can just sit and enjoy them for a moment. Lovely horns. Very good looking antelope as well. Very picturesque too. And very well camouflaged even with this green flush. Although it is kind of running away from us and getting a bit dark and browner. But gemsbok still very well suited in these climate, or this condition really. This kind of time of the year. So let's hope they do start to make their way down to us. I don't think we'll get them wading into the water, but we'll have to wait and see what does go on. And if they do drink, probably not for the longest time. Of course, a nice close view of them will be fantastic. So we're watching as the Gemsbok seem to be descending upon us. I'm hoping they do make their way to the water. They did move off to the north, and it looks like something has changed and they've decided that perhaps the water is very inviting. So currently on one of the game trails that do lead to Okakuya Waterhole, and we'll just have to wait and see if they do come through or if they just graze. I'm just zooming out right now just to make sure we can keep track of them. So we are sitting here in anticipation, hoping that the Gemsbok do come through for a drink, get a bit closer to us, but lovely to see them anyway. Awesome facial markings as always. No calves just yet, but much like the Springbok, they breed throughout the year and not seasonally. Of course, that also has to do with some of the other adaptations that they do have. You know, being able to sustain themselves in very arid and dry conditions. Finding a lot of their moisture in other far drier areas just from tubers and vegetation. So it does lead to the fact that they don't necessarily have a seasonal breeding pattern and able to drop their lambs, calves, not lambs, calves, just because they are over 100 kgs. And any antelope over 100 kgs we generally call the young a calf as opposed to a lamb. Anything under 100 kgs we tend to then call a lamb. But yeah, obviously then calving throughout the year. Of course, when there is an abundance of food, we do expect maybe higher numbers of calves just to coincide with that availability of vegetation. Of course, producing milk and the rest then being far easier. But as I said, they do calve or breed throughout the course of the year. So while we sit here waiting for this Gemsbok little kind of herd to come through, for those of you that have tuned in, Wild Earth is looking for unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings and experiences, and that's from you, the viewers. And that is for us to use across the different Wild Earth platforms, and in return, you can earn money, win prizes, and even see your names in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows. So for your viewers that are interested, please go and check out our website and click on the Content Creator tab to find out more about this. So Morgan also asking the question, what I'm wondering, are these animals going to come through and drink at the pan? And that remains to be seen. I can't script them. I'm no Gemsbok soothsayer, but I do hope that that's the case. It looked to be kind of just relaxing at the moment. I think a little bit of rumination. Wind might also be playing a part in that as well. Just having a look to see if anyone else has come through. Otherwise, we're going to go and sit back with them because we haven't seen the Gemsbok for some time. I am hoping that they do come through as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. It does look like they're tempted to drink at least. Obviously did come closer to us after moving off. So we'll just have to wait and see. One or two looking like they might want to graze. So nonetheless, a fantastic sighting. Nice to see them, although they are in the distance. So it looks like we are having to engage with a game of patience at the moment. We'll just sit here and watch. It's still nice to have the Gemsbok here anyway. Whether they come down or not remains to be seen. However, they are around and in the area. And really lovely to see them. And wonderful markings as well. So it seems that they've lost interest in the water now. Who knows? These guys really are giving us a run for our money. It does seem that they might be pushing off. So we'll just sit with them anyway. We'll watch to see which direction they do head off in. It looks like some others have come through to join. So perhaps they will come and drink. We'll just have to wait and see. Herd size kind of getting bigger. I'm just trying to make sure I've got correct tabs on everyone that is about. No one really at the water's edge just yet. Perhaps a bit of greeting going to transpire now as two herds conjoin. And let's just see what goes on in terms of any social interaction here. But, lovely that two herds have come through for us right now.
Are you ready for the ultimate fireside chat? Join James, Lauren, Cedric, and special guest Byron Soro as they pit some of Africa's iconic wild animals against each other. Who will be crowned the ultimate king of the jungle? Don't miss the incredible finale of our Safari Bowl weekend. Catch it live on February 11th.
So one or two of the Springbok moving and running at quite some pace throughout the background there. I haven't seen too many of them just yet. It looks like the Gemsbok are inching ever closer to the water. Now whether they do come through or not, we'll have to wait and see. As I said, fantastic that they are here with us. Not too much grazing going on by them just yet. We'll wait and see. Still one or two of those impala around. Of course, lots of Springbok. Do assume that there'll be many Springbok about today. I'm going to try and take us a little closer into the Gemsbok right now. The wind being a bit of a pain today, but let's see how close we can get without too much shake. And really awesome. Lovely to see a nice herd like this with a green throughout the concrete. As I said, they do blend in rather well. It's not really expected, but of course, coloration and markings that they do have, meaning that they are camouflaged in various different seasons as well as habitats as well. So it seems that they're kind of sitting here almost on tenterhooks. Not too sure what they are considering or contemplating. Or why they aren't that interested in coming down to join us. What I'm going to do is just zoom out a little bit again now. Just keep tabs on kind of the direction they do move in towards. Of course, the direction we hope they come to is ours. Well, it looks like they're kind of contemplating moving south. It's also quite impressive just to see how much bigger they are in comparison to the springbuck. Almost, I would say, about quadruple the size. Consider a big bull. Gemsbok is around 300 kgs. Very big antelope. I can hear the GNU going off now. And it looks like I am about to win my bet with Morgan. And unfortunately for her, she has lost. It is now drinking. So I will claim victory. A very happy man indeed. This is, I think, about the third or fourth time I have bested her with regards to waterhole dynamics at Okakuya. But yeah, nice to have banter anyway. And of course, lovely to have the Gemsbok, who also seem to be coming through. So unfortunately, it was the springbuck that came through. Antidorcus marsupialis in terms of their Latin name. And it looks like the Gemsbok coming through to join them. So amazing that it just took a springbuck to break the duck or the waterhole kind of drinking dynamics for the day. And hopefully that is a good sign for the rest and what else is to follow. So I'm going to do is try get a nice view of both of them. So Morgan's saying that I might have cheated there because an Impala could have drunk on the left-hand side while we were watching the others. But unfortunately, I am the master of controls, and that remains unknown, a mystery. So the victory is still in my hands, and I will happily gloat around that. But yeah, very cool. Really enjoying getting a lovely close view of the Gemsbok. I'm going to spend more time with them just because I do assume that the springbuck will be around and the main characters around the waterhole. So let's just hope that the Gemsbok do actually come and really indulge us. They have obviously got closer and really fantastic. Lovely to see those facial markings. They are exquisite. One of the better looking antelope, at least in my book. Favorite obviously being Sable, but Gemsbok not too far behind him. First of the acacia-pied barbets calling for the day. It seems that the wind is slowly starting to die down. What I'm going to do is just zoom out a little bit because I don't want to miss the Gemsbok coming through for us. It seems that they were tempted to drink and not so much anymore. But one or two of them might be thirsty. So we'll just have to wait and see. Not so sure what's keeping them away. So we still are sitting in anticipation, waiting the first gemsbok to drink. And it looks like we might just be lucky. Let us hope. Sadly, it seems like there's a bit of a gust coming through again. I did just say that the wind had died down, and of course Murphy's Law starting to pick up again. So hopefully it will die down. Perhaps that's also why the gemsbok are a little bit iffy at the moment. Wind may be unsettling them, but here we go. First sniff of water at least there, and now drinking. Going to get a little bit closer. I'm hoping we have a steady view. So fantastic. They have come through to join us. It did take a little bit of patience, but we have endured and we have won. And really quite special. Haven't seen him, and not in these numbers, for some time. Obviously also taking advantage of all the green flush surface water pans that are now active. And really quite exquisite. So lovely to see. Nice to have all the diversity around us, at least today. Already on 4 animals here, or 4 mammals at least. And it's very interesting the behavior, how this has also changed throughout the season. Obviously, with it being rainy season now, the gemsbok don't really wade into the water. What they were doing kind of 6 weeks ago, kind of moving really in towards the center of the dam, the water hole. Looks like they're kind of just taking advantage. They do obviously move in, but really not wading. When I say wading, like up to that shoulder height almost. They're quite remarkable how different seasons dictate different behavior patterns. So lovely to be able to spend some time with our Gemsbok. And it is time for us also, while they indulge in their drink, for us to indulge in some time in Kariga with Nick. So we're off to see him and what's going on down there.
Thanks, Alex. We'll take it from those oryx to some buffalo at a little mud wallow. So we've been mentioning the rains that we've got over the past sort of 2 days. This was completely dry. There was no water here at all. You can see still on the right hand side all those sandy patches. If we had monstrous rains, if we had really good solid rains, that would all fill up. But beggars can't be choosers, and these buffalo are taking advantage of what they've got. And you can see this big bull here, bottom left hand side of the frame. It looks like he's actually done a little bit of wallowing potentially. You can see he's got some mud on the side of his body there. He's been getting down and dirty. Little calf making its way at the back. Oh, so it's absolutely lovely to have these buffaloes back in attack. Like I was saying, it's been a while, my word. And it's all happening here. It's a lovely little spot. I've got to go up here and show you this. This buffalo is having an almighty scratch in the bush here, or at least on the tree. I feel like this little calf ran over. It saw possibly mom having a good rub up against the tree, and it couldn't resist itself. You can see it looks like she's getting a scratch underneath her, an itch rather, underneath her neck. But she was rocking her whole body back and forward. Let's see if she gives it another crack. I always find it quite comical when the animals do that. Obviously for good reason. You know, she's could potentially have a few ticks wedged between her sort of the grooves there by her back legs and going into the stomach. That maybe she's just trying to get rid of some of those ticks. There we go. I feel like this little calf has just purely got a case of FOMO. And it saw mom having a lovely scratch. Maybe let's have a look and see if that little calf doesn't get stuck in and have a little chin wag there. Oh, there we go. Get it, little man. Oh, that's cute. A little bit of learnt behavior there. So you can see we've got 1 or 2 more individuals from the herd starting to make its way up, or their way up. Our bigger bull, he's moving all over the place. He's been sort of gouging his horns in the ground a little bit here. Let's have a look and see if he gives us some love as well. So remember, in terms of some of the dominance amongst males. Oh wow, look at that. I feel like his horn was just holding him back there. It was getting stuck in the ground. So he's trying to show us that he's not only strong, but also agile. Can't see them, but I can hear a massive swarm of bees flying somewhere around here. I'm looking all around. Remember, we do have a few of the prickly pears that are flowering. Yeah, he's had enough of that. So we've talked a few times about game trails and how animals will use game trails. And look at this here. This is a pretty good example of all of these buffalo have come up single file along this small little game trail here. And you can understand when an animal 600-700 kilos in weight walks along that path, there's a lot of sort of weight to support there, times that by 30 different individuals or so in the herd, and you do a lot of that over time, and it definitely creates these game trails. These guys are just waiting to head up there. You can see at the front of the group there, that's our big bull who was doing all of that mud wallowing. Look at that bull. Look at his horns. Look at the width of them. Compare that to the buffalo in the middle, just behind him. That's a cow, so she's got much smaller horns. But look how broad and wide his are. That is amazing. I feel like we nailed our timing here, guys. We managed to get them just as they were down by the mud wallow. Nice little bit of scratching activity against the tree. And potentially now they are heading off to maybe do a little bit of feeding. So the direction that they're heading, that is Scotia Dam. Ingrid, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's definitely, it's quite comical watching that little youngster learning from mom. You could really see that mom was having a good scratch up against the tree. And the little one wasn't scared to get involved, but it didn't kind of commit to it as much as mom did. So now that there are no buffalo on that path on the left, you can definitely see that well-worn sort of serpentine-like snake trail, or game trail, snake trail. Getting my words mixed up here. Always one or two stragglers at the back of the herd. Remember, in terms of the individuals usually at the back of a buffalo herd, it's usually going to be your slightly older males. Remember, a lot of your females, your more sort of authoritarian individuals will be at the front of the herd. And then usually it is your younger males who will move, your older males who move at the back. But it looks like we might have a little mix match here. You can see that buffalo was struggling to get up the hill just a little bit. Remember, we have had lots of rain, so maybe that slope is just a little bit slippery. You can see, similar to that bigger bull that we were talking about, this one here gouging the horns in the ground a bit, trying to get a bit of mud and things on them. And making their way off to go and join the rest of the herd. Yeah, so I think they're probably going to go and do a bit of feeding down there. Remember, it's the nice sort of opened grassland areas there. I think I'll potentially look to reposition and take us back down there so we can see what they are getting up to. But that whole sort of greenish drainage line that we can see there, that kind of feeds just behind Scotia Dam. That feeds all the way down into the Kariga River. So just to give you a bit of orientation of where we are, you can see there are some zebra right down in the distance there. And potentially we might get lucky enough to see them heading down to Scotia Dam for a bit of a drink. And if we head to the side here, you can see that this tree here is obviously a firm favorite for a lot of the animals to have a scratch up against. Obviously, that mud wallow that we saw is right here. Often after having a mud wallow, if it dries a little bit, that mud against the body, some of the ticks and little chojos and things like that might get stuck a little bit to that mud, and then when the animals rub up against a tree like that, they're going to look to dislodge that tick, hopefully. So just doing themselves a solid. Obviously buffalo rely quite a lot on the oxpeckers to take all of the ticks off of them. And then obviously you get your dirty sort of mark on the tree of where you can see over time lots of different animals have come up against that tree, rubbed up against that tree. And obviously depending upon the different species, they're different heights. So here you can tell that is more than likely not going to be something like an elephant, but more sort of rhino sized or buffalo sized. If an elephant wants to do something similar, it's going to need a slightly larger tree. But lovely to be able to see these buffaloes doing their thing. You can see there's lots of these prickly pears that we were chatting about. You can see lots of the buds there in the background that are going to be opening up and flowering. And in the foreground we've got a very chatty starling. Remember yesterday, if you were able to join us, we did chat momentarily about starlings and their iridescence. Remember, today is a very overcast day, so he's a little bit more sort of drabber looking today than other days. You can see just a little bit of that iridescence on his wing panel there. It's interesting how it looks like he's just cruising around by himself here. I can't see any other individuals. But he is reading the script for us beautifully here. Now he's playing a little hard to get. See if I can show you some of these other prickly pears here. See, there are plenty of them. There's another starling in the back. You can see on this particular prickly pear here, you can see that one is just starting to open up a little bit. You can see it's got that reddish color. But there are plenty of them. I mean, look at the abundance of those flowers that are going to open up there that are still enclosed. But it's really just a matter of time. And potentially that might be one of the reasons why I heard that big swarm of bees around here. Didn't actually get to see them. Let's have a look here. Our other starling has popped his head back out. I know that the minute I zoom into the starling, he will fly away. Murphy's Law. But let's give it a crack. Remember, in terms of this area, when these prickly pear flowers do open up, there's a chance of some of the sunbirds and things like that making an appearance. Lesser double-collared sunbird. You could even get the malachite sunbird. There has been quite a lot of house crows calling this morning, shouting away to each other. And remember, now that the rain has stopped for us, there is a potential chance of seeing a few yellow-billed kites doing their thing, flitting around and about. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye out for them. Nice to get a view of them for as long as they really are here. Remember, those kites are going to look to be leaving relatively soon. You can see we've got another starling nestled right in the middle of all of those branches there. So in these darker conditions, remember he's not really reflecting much light there. Kind of could mistake him for a fork-tailed drongo, but that is a starling for sure. Right, while it looks like our buffalo have moved off and our starlings have flitted off as well, I think we're going to take you across to Djuma and see what's happening there with Alex.
Thank you, Nick. And we are here in a very overcast and rather sodden Djuma. You'll notice how high the water level is. Lots of rain that has fallen within the Lowveld in the last 2 days. And still a warning out as well for some inclement weather at some point. You can see the clouds are very heavy. And I did mention yesterday that around, I think it's about 50 to 60 odd kilometers east of here, within the space of 10 hours, around 300 millimeters fell. So just to give you an extent, or just I suppose an idea as to really the amount of rain that has really come through for the area. I think these are the Egyptian geese doing their thing. But I mean, 300 mils in around 10 hours is rather extensive, and sometimes that's even more than what will fall here in a year. So that really does show you how much has fallen. But you are here with myself, Alex, in Djuma, and aside from the weather that is here, we have had a really awesome escape to nature so far today. Lovely to see the gemsbok across in Okakuyo, some wildebeest, springbok, and the black-faced impala there, and of course some lovely buffalo with Nick. Now there was some interesting things going on here a moment or so ago. There was an elephant that crossed Gari Dam with some impala. I also did get a glimpse of a Warburg's eagle that had caught what seemed to be a dwarf mongoose, which is rather sad, at least for me. I love mongoose, love birds too, but mongoose are really cool, and the dwarf ones really special as well. But of course they are obviously prey items for birds of prey. There's a black-headed oriole that is calling right now. Yesterday the hippo dewy was around here. It's really quite extensive how much water has fallen. So where we're actually looking right now is generally where there's a wallow that the elephant likes to come through to, and the warthog as well. We do see the Nyala and that also kind of spending time within this drainage line, and yeah, to just see how much water is now here is really quite impressive. Obviously it extends all the way down and throughout. It hasn't obviously got over the dam wall just yet. Just want to see what's here in this tree. Oh no, it's just a trunk on the other side. bushveld mirages. So just having a little pan around, wanting to see if in fact Dewey the hippo is still about. Virtual starling still calling, the wind slowly picking up. Some arrow-marked babblers calling off in the distance. Really rather impressive. So it seems that the water level's actually risen from yesterday as well, which would actually kind of make sense. I'm sure there was lots of rain that fell last night. Lion Beach currently underwater. But the bushveld definitely did need this, so much welcomed rain. There's that black-headed oriole, one of the really coolest sounds in the bush. I do thoroughly enjoy it. So Morgan wanting to play the game of who drinks first at a waterhole again. And I mean, with lots of water around here, I'm not too sure we're going to get that lucky, but she does think an elephant is going to come down next. We've already seen one, although viewers wouldn't have seen it, but there was one around just now. Perhaps another to follow. So maybe she is correct. Maybe waterbuck. Maybe impala again. Yeah, as I said, Morgan thinks an elephant. If you've got any ideas, let us know. Who do you think might come through next and come and join us? At the moment, everything else kind of avoiding us and eluding us. Good morning, Lynn. Lynn saying she backs Morgan. And there is an elephant. That elephant that was here and moving off. So, Lynn, good luck to you as well. Both you and Morgan, I think, are going to need it. However, nice to pick up on our elephant. And as soon as we see him, gone like that, like a flash. And I think to get another visual of that is going to be rather tough. But let's see a bird on the top here. Let's have a look to see who might be through. Might be quite tough. It is far away. Looks like a lilac-breasted roller. And it is indeed a lilac-breasted roller. Just start to make out that turquoise. However, I don't think we're going to get too close to it. It's probably going to fly off at some point as well. Very beautiful. But not being able to make out that color right now. Come back out again. That a fleeting glimpse of the elephant, so I was not telling fibs. It was definitely around here. And just having a little pan around to see who might be in the area, who may have joined us again. Hi Lenny, thanks so much for your comment. And a baboon, or a troop of baboons, or vervet monkeys is what Lenny thinks. Lenny could be right as well. I'm kind of tentative as to throw my hat in the ring at the moment, but perhaps waterbuck or nyala. I think I'll go with one of the two of those. So yes, hat firmly in the ring now, and we'll just have to wait and see who does come through for us. But still just panning and scanning. Of course, the bush is very thick and rather tough to make out anything that might be around as well. So it does seem that with that elephant moving off, it's time for us also to move off. We're going to head back to Okakuya. There's still quite a bit of action going on there, and we're going to wait to see who does come through here first. And most certainly, whichever the character is, we will head back across here and notify everyone that has tuned in as to what did come through first and who the victor is of this next round of Waterhole Dynamics. So 4 animals in the frame right now. Just also have the gemsbok wading in the water, although it was just before we cut across. Wildebeest also in the distance. That black-faced impala ram came through for a drink, and a couple of the springbok milling about. So we'll just wait to see what does happen. It seems everyone kind of dancing about, keeping their tonsils moist with all the water. So it seems like the springbok and the wildebeest are still going to be hanging about for some time. That impala ram has now moved off, kind of in the distance. I'm going to try and get a closer look of the wildebeest because it's nice to see something different for a moment. The wind is also playing games, but it seems to be quite calm at the moment. So hopefully we'll get a nice view. There's one resting springbok here as well. obviously the rest all grazing about. So a cool scene, nice bird audio, and nice just to switch off for a moment and just enjoy peaceful scenes in Okakuyo. So nice just to sit back and relax, enjoy the animals that are present with us. But also for those of you that are interested, we do have Safari Bowl that kicks off today. Safari Bowl will look at the various strengths that animals possess in order to survive in the wild. So that being speed, strength, endurance, and power, which are all crucial in their survival. Now naturalists will be looking at who wins in each of these categories on a fun-filled 2-day event, which kickstarts today, Saturday the 11th. May the best species be crowned King of the Jungle. So join Lauren, Cedric, James, and Byron from today till tomorrow for this fun and interactive Safari Bowl. And it does obviously lead to a fireside chat. That is this evening at 8 o'clock Central African time. As I said, just enjoying the grazing that is going on. Very peaceful for all of these herbivores. Of course, with it being very open, they do have quite an unfair advantage at the moment, being able to see anything that might approach. There's an oryx as well, just on the tree line as well. And again, just going to sit back and enjoy. Watch two of the sleeping springbok and the others feeding about. That gemsbok along the tree line and the grazing wildebeest at the moment. So quite a bit of chirping going on by the various birds around. Blacksmith lapwings. Some weavers as well. European bee-eaters, but quite faint. And awesome to see. And a number of the springbok now taking the opportunity to sit down and rest. So it's not something we see all the time. But very cool nonetheless. And nice to always watch and observe different behavior traits going down. So it seems like these springbok have decided that resting is port of call for the moment. And while they get on with their resting, it's time for us to check in with Nick and see if those buffalo have popped up again.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega. And 100%, Alex, they have popped out again. So I've just maneuvered a little bit, repositioned a bit. So we're not too far from that little mud wallow of where we saw them earlier. They've probably moved slightly further west, only about 200 meters, not too far. And my guess as to what they were getting up to is clearly wrong. They're not doing too much active walking around and active feeding. It looks like they are very settled, very comfortable. So there's definitely more of a breeze that has picked up now. And generally when the wind does pick up, we see a lot of the animals starting to lie down, take it easy. I can see one or two herds of blesbok as well that are doing the same thing. We'll head across to them just now. But you can kind of see there are some yellowbill kites flying around in the background just behind this herd of buffalo. So we were talking about them a little bit earlier. So lovely that they are out and about, looking to do a bit of hawking on the wing. See that buffalo in the middle, that looks like potentially the male that we were having a look at, who was doing all of that that mud wallowing. He's looking much dirtier, much darker, whoopsie, than everybody else. Now he's more of a brown buffalo, where everybody else is a lot more of a darker color. But remember, it is very possible that these buffalo may have been feeding from as early as sort of 5:30 this morning. You know, they could have been actively eating a lot already. Jenny, in terms of where we last saw the lions, I'm not too sure if anybody's actually managed to find them this morning, so they could be anywhere. But from where they are now to where we last saw them, there's still a little distance as the crow flies, probably 2.5 kilometers or so, maybe 3 kilometers. So still a little bit of a distance. Obviously, in terms of potential threats from those lions, you know, where these buffalo are now is a really good spot. You can see all around them is really open. They've got a good chance of spotting the lions if they did have to give them a bit of a surprise. You know, it's definitely a lot harder for buffalo in a thicket. There's a much higher chance of an ambush taking place. Whereas where they are now, the closest thicket is probably around 200 meters or so away from them. You know, not a lot of cover for something like a lion to use in this area here. Remember, there are sort of 15 buffalo or so in this herd, and everybody's really settled down, but you can see mostly everybody's facing different directions. So They've kind of got a 360-degree view around. Remember, the three senses of buffaloes are really well developed. So they'll be listening carefully, they'll be smelling quite carefully as well. So definitely a nice little spot that they've chosen for themselves here. Let me see if I can take you on a little journey of my office here. There's a lovely view of some blesbok here with a lovely backdrop. Have a look at that. Nice big herd of blesbok. Few young ones scattered in and amongst the herd there. And you can really see now, after the rain that we've had, there's a nice little flush of green almost. I mean, I highly doubt that there's been new grass growth that's come out, but I mean, you know, rain is obviously synonymous with green colors. And I feel like it's just looking incredibly lush.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Remember that thicket just behind these blesbok, it does taper off down towards the next open slope, and that goes down to the Kariga River. So potentially that giraffe has just gone down the slope a little bit there. I just momentarily saw his head sticking out. But a nice bit of abundance here, you know, plenty of buffalo, plenty of blesbok. I'm sure as the day progresses, there is a chance of seeing some rhino in the area here as well. So we've got lots to look forward to. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with our birds today. So the wind is definitely starting to pick up a bit. And obviously for some of our bigger birds, yellow-billed kites and things, they're able to handle the stronger winds a little bit better than some of our smaller birds. So potentially something like our little Amur falcons might be starting to kind of settle down a little bit. Tricky little birds to get, those Amur falcons. I really did give it a good crack yesterday to try and get some to you. And every time I'd line one up in the frame and we'd be about to go live, they'd just fly off. It's very, very tricky. And I'd definitely love to bring them to you live in your home. Remember, they will be starting to leave relatively soon as well, those little Amur falcons. They are one of our migrant species, so probably closer to about April or so, maybe even March, we'll start to see a few of them starting to leave. And a lot of our other birds as well, our cuckoos and things will start to leave. So within southern Africa, not just South Africa, but we've got to include sort of Botswana as well, there's over 100 migrant bird species that we've got, which is very cool. So, I mean, you can imagine, you can see why birding in summer compared to winter is vastly different throughout the country. So of those 100 migrant species that have been recorded, there's two main different sort of areas that they will head to. And there's a few birding terms for that. So you'll get a intra-African migrant, which basically migrates within Africa. Or you may get a paleo-Arctic migrant. So essentially migrating to either Europe or various areas of Asia. So our Amur falcon that we were talking about, he will be a Palearctic migrant. So he's going to go all the way to China, to northern China, northeast China to be specific, to an area within China called Amur. That's where the name comes from, Amur falcon. So it's quite the distance they've got to go, from all the way here to northeastern China. It's roughly about 14,000, 15,000 kilometers. So obviously the name of the game of why they come here is those Amur falcons come here to escape the winter in northern China. Temperatures really plummet down there. So they will go back to that area to do their breeding. Those are their breeding grounds. Think of sort of the Mongolian heights and, like we said, that Amur area. So they will soon start to leave us here. They essentially have been overwintering, is the term, in South Africa. And they'll start their trip, obviously leaving here, start to wind their way up, flying all the way through the different southern African countries. Botswana, Zambia. Callum, thanks for the question, my man. My favorite bird sighting. Wow, that's a hard one to nail it down to. But I'd probably say it was a sighting of raptors. So we were watching a brown snake eagle, which is obviously, like his name suggests, a snake hunting specialist. He was perched on a tree, and he was like, like an owl bobs its head from side to side. The snake eagle was like really looking at something intently, and he took off, and we followed him with the binoculars, not with the car. And on this tree, he'd obviously spotted a variable, or at least a spotted bush snake. And he snatched this thing up and flew off into the sky with it. Then a second brown snake eagle saw him and came to try and steal the food, and the one guy dropped it, and then these brown snake eagles were fighting. Then a Wahlberg's eagle came in and picked up the snake, and he tried to fly off with it. Then the one snake eagle came back, and there was this massive fight that went on between these three snake eagles and this Wahlberg's eagle. And you know, when one would try and steal the snake from the other one, the snake would drop in the sky, would, you know, drop for 30, 40, 50 meters until the next one came and snatched it up. So that was an amazing sighting. I'll never forget that sighting. Didn't take any pictures or video or anything like that, but it's one of those sightings that just becomes etched in your memory. Really, really cool sighting. Remember, those brown snake eagles are quite well adapted for catching snakes. Remember, most raptors and eagles and things have got a lot of feathers going all the way down their legs, whereas the snake eagle's got those hard, robust scales, which are pretty much impenetrable to the fangs of a snake. You look at something like a secretary bird has got something very similar when it's stomping and trying to kill those snakes. So I would say that's going to be right up there. We were talking about Amur falcons in China and whatnot, and migrations. Made me think of one or two other birds. There's some amazing migrations that happen amongst different bird species. You know, another one from that same sort of Mongolian area, China, another migrations from a different bird. Some of you may have heard of it. It's called a bar-headed goose. So, I mean, he's not flying nearly the distance of an Amur falcon. He's probably covering around half of the distance. He's flying from those areas to India, which is essentially halfway of what the Amur falcon is doing. But what makes their migration absolutely incredible is they're essentially flying at incredible heights. You know, they're going through the Tibetan Plateau, the Himalayas, things like that. They're flying at around 7,000 meters, which is absolutely incredible. I'll have to double check on the height of Everest, but I think the height of Everest is around 8,000 or so meters. And obviously when we've got our mountaineers going to the top of Everest, everybody's got spare oxygen and things that they take with them. But these bar-headed geese are flying at on an average of 7,000 meters above sea level. And they've done a bit of research on it. There's about 10% of the oxygen available at those heights compared to sea level. And those geese just get on with it. They just go with it. Which is absolutely amazing. Some of the researchers have tried to do some analysis on genetics to see if they somehow have got sort of specialized genes and things like that to help them with that, but they haven't figured anything out yet. So the team has just let me know that Everest is 8,840 meters to be precise. When you're a mountaineer, those extra 40 meters definitely count. So, I mean, yeah, 7,000 meters compared to that 8,840. I mean, we can pretty much equate that almost to the top of Everest, just because I'm trying to tell a good story here. But I mean, it's absolutely incredible, you know, for a goose to head that high with no assistance at all. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I mean, if we look at the longest migration of birds, or from a species of bird, I would ask you guys, but it is a little bit of a tricky one. It's a Arctic tern that is going to make the longest flying migration. So yes, he's not going 7,000 meters high. He's flying pretty low. But in terms of sheer distance, He's covering 90,000 kilometers. Okay, so we've gone from our Ammo Falcon of around 15,000 kilometers to our bar-headed goose of half of that, 7,000. Now we've shifted up. We've just gone from third gear all the way up into fifth gear, straight away, to 90,000 kilometers. I mean, that's pretty much the pinnacle of migrations, I reckon. Which is just absolutely incredible. So if you look at the longevity of those Arctic terns, they're living for roughly on average 30 years. Obviously, things can happen to certain individuals along the way, and they maybe live for 10 years, but as a general rule of thumb, longevity is 30 years. So if we do a bit of math and we take that 90,000 kilometers that they're doing, and we compare that to distances of the moon, okay, it means that if you add up the whole distance they're flying up throughout their whole lifetime, they travel to the moon and back 3 times. 3 times. Which is really incredible. You know, you think of how these birds do it, you know, how in the first place do they navigate, you know? How do they know when to go? Is it instinctive? Is it, you know, learned behavior like we saw from that little baby buffalo following what its mom had been doing, scratching up against the tree? It's incredible. You know, some of the scientists and researchers have found that certain birds are able to shut off half of their brain while keeping the other half awake and active and functional and operating. So essentially they're able to sleep while they're actually flying or moving or doing something. Which is incredible. You know, a bird like your, some of you may have seen it, we do get them here, your bar-tailed godwit. They're able to do that. They're able to shut off half of their brain. They've got the record for the longest sort of non-stop flight. So obviously if they weren't able to do that, they wouldn't be able to hold that record. They're able to fly for the full 11,000 k's of their migration without stopping at all. So they're basically migrating from Alaska to New Zealand. That's their rough sort of route. But you know, you compare that to your sort of your Ammo Falcon that we talked about. Ammo Falcon's stopping along the way. He's feeding. He's eating. He's having a kip. You know, he's having a deep sleep. He's snoring along the way somewhere. Whereas that bar-tailed godwit just keeps cruising. He doesn't stop. Like I was saying, we repositioned ourselves here to get a good view of this herd of buffalo, and there is a line of dense shrubs that's between me and the waterhole, but I can hear some type of sloshing, some type of movement coming from the waterhole. So somebody is down in the water at the moment. Remember, for our buffaloes, let me see if I can take us across to them. It didn't look like a huge herd. Remember the herd that we usually get down here at Scotia Dam is probably closer to about 40 individuals. So here's the whole herd that we're having a look at. I mean, to me, I mean, we can really count it out now, but I mean, it looks like there's roughly 15 or so. And it looks like we've got some crows here as well. Is that a white-necked raven? Looks like it may be. That's very cool to see. So it looks like it may not be the whole herd. I feel like there might be a few others that have gone down to the water to... Oh no, here we go. Oh, look at this. Oh, we've hit the jackpot here, guys. It is buffalo. It's the rest of the herd. There's the first one starting to come out. There we go. Hey, look at that. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, everybody's charging around here. Yeah, these buffalo are heading straight to the others. Yeah, that is incredible. Let me take you across here. This guy's been really giving us a good show. Been having a good look. Ah, so that's obviously what all of the sloshing was. I was thinking, it definitely sounds like more than one animal. And you guys are probably thinking like, duh, obviously it's more than one animal if there's this many popping out. You see we've still got our blesbok in the background down there. Yeah, look at that. That is lovely. See if I can take you all the way across. Everybody's starting to join up. This is going to be a lot of buffalo now, my goodness. Momo, just from the age of a few weeks, you will start to see some of the horns popping out. Nothing significant, just really small little things pointing out. When they're born, it's more kind of just little bumps. It's not like the horns are there, but from a few weeks you start to see these little protrusions starting to make an appearance. Yeah, this is the full complement of the herd. Lovely to see all of them together. I would say there's probably more than 40 here now. And it looks like with all these other individuals making their way down, those white-necked ravens that we saw, and this other buffalo on the right, have wisely moved off. Bit intimidating when you're seeing so many big animals walking towards you. Candice, I was just looking at the scene now and wondering, I wonder if this is not two different sort of small herds that have joined, because it looks like there's almost like a small reunion going on there. So to answer your question, Candice, in sort of winter time when conditions become a bit tougher, you may get lots of different herds, several different herds joining to form a big herd, a mega herd. So feeding becomes harder. The good, reliable water sources become harder to find. Mud wallows become harder to find. And it was quite a few years ago now that happened. And I saw a herd of 800. Roughly, probably 700 to 900, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but maybe just short of 1,000. But it was a huge amount of buffalo. And that was probably one of my favorite sightings of all time. We had seen these buffalo in the morning, and then I did have some guests with me, and they had gone to lie down in quite a dense thicket midday, and there was a waterhole that was probably 400 meters away from them or so. And I said to the guests that I said, let's go out on afternoon game drive early, because there's a very good chance that so many buffalo like this, they're gonna have to drink somewhere. And there was this one waterhole it was in a big open area like this, and I said, let's go and just camp out by that waterhole and wait there, because these buffalo will come. And it was like a scene from the 1920s or whatever, when it was just a line of buffalo, and buffalo after buffalo after buffalo came down. They kicked up so much dust. They all came down to this one waterhole. There was a hippo inside the waterhole, a single hippo. And around 800 buffalo came down and surrounded this hippo. There was bellowing, there was pushing and shoving, there was calves. It was absolutely incredible. And it was a beautiful day as well. There was not a breath of wind, there was blue skies. Looking back on it, it would have been amazing to take a time-lapse video of that situation, of putting it on your phone or your GoPro or something on the front of the car, and just video the whole sort of procession. I'll never ever forget that. So the largest, like I've said, is around 800 buffaloes. But I've heard in Botswana you can get really, really big herds of 1,000, 1,200, 1,500. Everybody kind of mingling, greeting each other here. It'll be interesting to see what they get up to from here. Oh goodness, everybody's really standing up, and then these individuals here on the right that we were having a look at earlier with the white-necked ravens on, they haven't even stood up to really greet everybody else. There's obviously, in terms of good manners, if somebody walks into the room and you greet them, you stand up, give them a handshake or give them a hug, whatever. And these ones do not care. There's always one in the family, there's always a rebel in the family, and there are 3 in this family. Yeah, everybody else still kind of milling around here. You can see we do have a few impalas in the background there, just behind them. Some zebra far in the distance. Our yellow-billed kite still fluttering around there. So a lovely scene here at Kariega today. So we were talking a little bit yesterday, I think it was, about how the buffalo haven't been down to the Scotia Dam clearing in quite a while, and that we were talking about the possibility of those yellow-billed kites potentially following herds of zebra being the next sort of largest bodied animal that was regularly on this specific open clearing, following them in the hope of them flushing some insects out and looking to catch those insects. So I mean, obviously now this herd of buffalo is quite stationary, but it'll be quite interesting to watch as the day progresses if a lot of yellow-billed kites do start to follow this herd around. There is no shortage of yellow-billed kites here this morning. There was a group of probably around 10 or 12 of them that I saw this morning, all perched before taking flight and moving off. So there are plenty of them, and it'll be interesting to see if they do take advantage of these buffalo being back on this open clearing here. Obviously it's not like those yellow-billed kites need the buffalo. They can still go upon their day-to-day business without them. But if they can get food slightly more easily, why not? Right, I think for the moment, let's take you across to the Djuma Dam Cam there with Alex and see what he's got for us.
Thank you, Nick. And we are here because there was a pair of Woodlands Kingfisher that were using this branch as a perch. I'm hoping they do come back because we have seen them hawking some insects, and it's often the case is that they do come back to exactly these little perches. So just have to wait and see. We'll give it a few moments. As I said, I'm hoping that they do come back because there was a pair of them. They are Stunning birds. Awesome turquoisey blue that they do have on themselves. Really wonderful. Just zoom back out now just in case they are using a number of the other branches. Of course, with all the rain that has fallen, a number of insects, aelids, and the rest all out. Aelids being termites, flying ants. Of course, these kingfishers are predominantly insectivores. The name being misleading. Of course, lots of protein in insects. A number of different agricultural uses coming through for them. In terms of fly meal as opposed to fish or bone meal. Really adding to a number of different ways that we can obviously assist with regards to ocean health and the rest. But it has been a fantastic day so far. Lots going on in Kariega with Nick. That's buffalo really treating us. We did have a glimpse of an elephant here when we were last in Djuma. And we've had lots of action across in Okakuyo. So nice gemsbok, springbok, impala, and the wildebeest that have all been around. So lots going on. And a really awesome way to kickstart our escape to nature. So we do hope, obviously, for more action. It doesn't look like those kingfishers are coming back. We'll keep an eye on here. If I do see them, they are obviously in the area. We will hear them, I'm sure, vocalizing at some point. A very distinct call. Just having a little pan through, just to see if nothing's come out at the moment. Wind also has died down a little bit. It seems that the sun's trying to break through. And no doubt then just picking up a little bit of warmth. So we'll just have to wait and see what goes on. There's a cicada for us as well. And I can assure you, if you are sleeping and one of those goes off in your close surrounds or vicinity, you will definitely know about it. It's almost maddening. Much like hardy-dars or flying vuvuzelas, when they wake you up, they can also kind of resurrect the dead. Just bear with me for a second. I'm just trying to get through to the other side of the tree trunk. Perhaps something has popped out again. Let us just have a look to see. Those are the woodlands kingfishers vocalizing there. As I was saying earlier, lots of water around. I'm sure very muddy, rather squelchy underfoot. And there goes the cicada again. Very interesting life cycles. Some cicadas, and I think they're found in North America, have a life cycle, and that's as a nymph. They live underground for around 33 odd years before then coming out, breeding, and of course then new nymphs starting that cycle again. So what we're going to do is just kind of try and keep an eye out for those woodpeckers, well, those woodlands kingfishers, excuse me there, and we'll just wait to see if they do come back to this perch. Otherwise, just keep a tab to see if anything does come across towards the dam wall here at Kari Dam. So we're just going to sit stationary for a while, pick up on any of the other vocals that might be around, and see if nothing else comes to join us. Hi, Stephen. And Djuma is in a malaria area, and they can be found, although I just want to get the correct. So it is the Anopheles mosquito that would then have to be around and present. And what's interesting with those mosquitoes, at least, is that they generally have around a kilometer or so, square kilometer or so radius that they will travel, and they often piggyback to kind of move from area to area. And that's just how a lot of malaria then does spread in an area. It could be from people coming in from different places, so different cities or villages that might be around, workers, maintenance that might come through, and one of them might be carrying that. Someone else, having traversed into that area, being then used as a piggyback anchor for that. And then coming into an area and then affecting people that are around, obviously biting wherever they can. So it's that Anopheles mosquito. Of course, mosquitoes being the most dangerous animal in the world, accounting for more deaths than anything else really in the world. And that obviously is through malaria. So it's normally the infected female Anopheles mosquito, and they normally then transmit that malaria once they've been infected through other previous infections, or a person with other infections or with a malaria infection, then carrying that through to the next person, obviously, as they bite them. So that mosquito needs to be infected first before then coming through, and obviously then transmitting malaria then forward onto the next person. What's also interesting is that once you have contacted or contracted malaria, you do carry it for the rest of your life, and you can't pick up those symptoms or the symptoms again afterwards, and obviously get into a full bout of malaria once again. So very, very intense disease, one that is obviously best avoided. So I'm just listening and waiting for these woodland kingfishers to come through, hoping to see them hawking any insects. Of course, nothing else really about. Wind is up, and more than likely animals are going to be taking shelter or refuge in the thickets. Of course, it is very thick at the moment, lots of rain. It almost does look jungle-esque at the moment. And that change in season and the vegetation then, of course, the rainy season is really quite remarkable when you can consider how barren it will look at the end of the dry season. So still awaiting these woodland kingfishers to come join us. I think the wind is also playing a bit of havoc with our intentions for the moment. I'm going to have a little pan around. Seems that the sun is trying to break through the cloud cover. Notice because it is getting a bit lighter, that green popping a little bit more. Cicadas going wild. The woodland kingfishers are clearly present and in the area. You can just hear them vocalizing there. Here we go again. Doesn't seem anything else has come through. So I think back to this area. I'm hoping that the hippo is around as well at some point. Of course, we did see him yesterday. He did spend quite some time around, but maybe with the water rising, perhaps went to a shallower dam or water source. Obviously remains to be seen. It does seem that we're getting a little bit of sunlight through. Hi Nikita, thanks for your question. And yes, they can. It's actually really, in fact, the crocodiles that have to be more wary of the hippo, although obviously has been recorded that crocodiles have taken hippo calves. But if that is the case, crocodiles really do bear the brunt of that decision. And in water sources where they do occupy them, or do occupy the same water sources, so in areas where they do occupy the same water sources, so that could be drying up rivers and the rest, even dams, crocodiles are also known to have been killed by those hippos as well, getting in the way. Of course, tempers do flare when water is obviously in less abundance, and of course those situations are heated. And the last thing you want to have is get bitten by a hippo. Those tusks really do cause a lot of damage, and they will impale the crocodile even. Perhaps even break its back too. Hi, I think it was Gim who just asked that question around how long a hippo can survive out of the water. Jim. And really that does depend on how far they've actually walked away. Of course, it also does depend on, if there is rain and cloud cover as well. They are obviously dependent on water, and they do suffer quite extensively if they are exposed to long periods in the sun. Of course, like other mammals, they will need to drink as well. And primarily why they do most of their grazing at night is because of that, to avoid being out of the water with the sun then burning on them. And we did just talk about, and this was yesterday, talking about the pigment that they do secrete, that blood sweat, two different molecules in that does aid with regards to acting as a sun screen for them. But of course, without having moisture, being able to produce that would obviously deteriorate, and their skins then would crack, and they will obviously find it very tough going. But a couple of days, I would think, at most, would be maybe about 5 days, I think, probably best in terms of that. It would also depend on if they had access to shade, mud as well. So a number of different scenarios that we'd have to play out, or that would have to play out really for that. But, best not to give a concrete answer with that sometimes, or with these kind of things, just because there are a number of different sets of variables that might need to take out or be taken into consideration first for that. So I would think around 5 days probably at best for a hippo to be wandering around without any access to water or mud, perhaps shade, and even then moisture from fodder, so grazing that it would then take. But that would probably be the max. Hi Lenny, yes, you're so correct. It really does look like a tropical rainforest. Seen out of Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book right now. Of course, a number of the characters present, just different African cousins really. But yes, still waiting on our woodlands kingfishers. They're giving us the slip at the moment. Hopefully patience will pay out. Hopefully it'll also pay with regards to other animals or birds coming through to join us. But the wind, as I said, probably being a bit of a dull factor for us at the moment, because animals will take refuge in the thickets and that to kind of shelter away from the wind. Of course, if you have joined in and you are watching us or with us, please do remember that this is a live and interactive experience. We love to hear from you. We love to hear your questions, your comments, anything interesting you would like to know. So do get those through. It's always fantastic when we get to interact with you as well. Sarah, it does also depend on the kingfisher itself, but primarily we were looking at between November and really now. So that it would be earlier on in the rainy season. So the ones that we are waiting for, the woodlands kingfisher being intra-African migrants. So coming down from Central Africa down the east coast as well. And then coming through here. And then breeding throughout the summer months. So the chicks should have hatched by now and should have fledged too. And what they will do is when they do breed, they actually form their nests in old woodpecker or barbets, kind of cavities, so the things that where they would have nested. So barbets also using cavities or making use of cavities, but woodpeckers then using the older cavities.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters only available on the Wildrift app.
So I've just commenced on a bit of a scan around. Nothing present at the moment. Still waiting for the woodlands kingfishers that are giving us the slip to pop out. Of course, just picking up on any of the other bird audio that is around. Also just admiring how much water is here as well at the moment. But fortunately, not too much action to write home about at the moment. And quite cool just to see some of that blue sky coming through. Of course, after lots of intense rainfall the last few days, very awesome to see as well. So unfortunately, our patience has not won through today, or at least for the moment. Still going to wait to see if those woodlands kingfishers come out. But while we do that, it's time for us to head back to Nick and see what's going on down in Kariega.
Okay, so I wasn't completely cooked earlier. I did in fact see the giraffe. So I'm pretty sure this is the giraffe that I did see earlier, that little head was moving from left to right and in amongst the thickets that was behind the buffalo. And you can see she's just slowly ruminating away there. we are kind of on the banks of the Kariga River here. It's in the background, just behind her. Top of the frame, you can see a few thickets there. And I've come and I've parked in this specific spot for a reason. I do have a little treat for everybody. So I'm hoping that this female is going to, at some point in time, move across to the left-hand side to join up with that tiny thing. Look at it. It is a little miniature version of a giraffe. Hello, little man. Yeah, it's a tiny little thing. So it's probably lying 30 meters away, 20 meters away from Mom. Very chilled. So the wind is blowing significantly harder now. You may see some of the grasses moving along as well. And you can see how focused this little giraffe calf is. The ears are forward, it's looking carefully. And it looks like it is just the epitome of a giraffe in good health. Look at that mane on top of its neck there. I mean, it looks solid. You know, it's flush, it's in good line. It's not like it's a scraggly little mane. And he also looks really clean. Looks like he's in good condition. So I'm hoping maybe just now Mom will head across to the little youngster. And that there might be a little bit of interaction between the two of them. It would be beautiful to be able to witness that. So I have parked a little bit further away. Just with the wind that we've got, they're going to be slightly more on edge. So that is the plan of action. That's what I'm hoping for. But for now, we're going to take you back across to Okukuyo with Alex.
We will be back with them though, and we are here in Okukuyo enjoying some springbok that are coming down to the water's edge at the moment. One or two just drinking. And we're just going to sit here to watch and see who walks through. Looks like some impala in the thicket there. It was a wildebeest and some gemsbok around earlier. However, we're just going to have to wait and see who else comes to join the waterhole party. What I'm going to do is just come across a little bit. It looks like more action is going down towards the south of the waterhole at the moment. Also be able to pick up on some of those European bee eaters that are about as well. So it's an interesting one. Nice dynamic here as well. Cloud cover also seems to kind of been burnt off, mostly because the wind has also kind of died down as well. So definitely moving on, it seems. But that could all change this afternoon. Could experience obviously a lot more wind as the day gets hotter. Of course, more clouds building. Perhaps then we will have some precipitation, but that remains to be seen. That is speculation at the moment. I do just want to see if anyone has kind of come through towards the shade of the camel thorn. It doesn't look like that is the case just yet. So what we're going to do, just position off here. This seems to be where most of the springbok are, and watch them as they come down to the water's edge. Of course, also as they graze throughout. the landscape. So it really has got quite a bit calmer than what it was this morning. Wind dying down quite substantially, and a lovely silhouette now starting to form with the springbok. An awesome scene really at the moment. Hi Leanne, thank you for your question. I'm yet to see an African fish eagle here, although I'm sure they are in the area. They are known to predate on flamingos, and flamingos do occur in Etosha Pan in good numbers. I would think that perhaps with them coming through, they would then be there predating on them as well, in particular on the younger chicks too. So they are known to take flamingos. And as I said, large numbers of them do come through. But yes, yet to see a fish eagle here. I think if anything, what we would see would be a dispersing kind of juvenile that might be around, if anything. Of course, this is a man-made waterhole and is maintained, it is pumped. So there aren't really any fish here. Terrapins, yes. Fish, no. So always cool just to check in and see what's going on here in Okakuyo. But there's something interesting going on at Djuma, and we're off to check in and see who's joined us. So Morgan will be rather ecstatic because she just won the next round of waterhole dynamics, and we did just have an elephant that came through. Sadly, he's kind of disappeared behind the thicket on the other side of the drainage line. He was moving rather quick. So both Lenny and myself missing out on this second round. Of course, Lenny did think that baboons or vervet monkeys were going to be the next to come down. We did have an elephant earlier. And this is another bull that has come through. The other elephant disappeared on the other side away from us. So I don't think it is the same one. Just see if there might be anyone else around. Clearly in the area though. Of course, they do not mind the rain. Those very thick skins of theirs. I mean they can tolerate a fair amount. Of course, probably more enjoying the rain than anything else. Cooling themselves. And just carrying on with feeding. But it is very thick where that elephant has gone behind. And I don't think we're going to be able to get another visual of that. We'll obviously have to keep... We'll just have to keep track and see if he does pop out. We'll just have to wait and see. Perhaps they will pop out or another one comes through. Who knows? It is the luck of the draw. It is also the bush that is unscriptable. And we really just have to wait and be patient at the best of times. Sometimes actually being patient is actually what pays off. You sometimes get rewarded with really awesome and interesting things. So let's just see, maybe he'll double back. We'll wait a few moments and then just see if anything does come back out again. So still just sitting here, we're waiting to see if that elephant pops out, and it's actually the same kind of angle we were looking at, waiting for those kingfishers to come back earlier. Amazing that both are playing hide and go seek, exactly where we wanted to view them. But it is just part of the dynamics. We do just have to be patient sometimes. We will get rewarded at some point. Some Natal spur fowls that are shouting their mouths off there, probably in agreement. We'll just have to wait and see. Just listen to some bird vocals. Maybe we'll get a second glimpse. So still just waiting to see if our luck does turn and the elephant does come back for us. Just going to spend a few more moments waiting to see if that is the case. But otherwise, just enjoying some of the bird audio. The Egyptian geese are out and about again. And if we fail to pick up the elephant, what we'll do is have a look at them and then perhaps move somewhere else. So while we wait to see if this elephant does come back for us, it's time for us to check in again with Nick and see what's going on with his giraffes.
Okay, so our little giraffe youngster has met up with mom. And we've got a lovely view here. So there was a little flock of helmeted guinea fowls, must have been about 15 or 20 of them or so, that came scampering across and gave the little guy a fright, and he's up and standing. And he's now got the most comical pose. It looks like he's like squishing his neck tightly together there. He is looking directly at us. The mom is not phased at all. You can see how alert that little one is. Now this is absolutely incredible to see. So this youngster is still tiny. It's definitely not older than 6 weeks old. I can still see the umbilical cord that is hanging down underneath the stomach there. It is super windy now, so I'm not going to zoom all the way in to show you that umbilical cord, just because the camera is going to shake a little bit all the way zoomed in at the max. You can see the tail of mom there, and even the youngster really being flicked about all over the place. And you can see the little one's tail still got to grow leaps and bounds. A short little black tail compared to mom's. You know, mom's she's really got a nice good fly swatter there, whereas this youngster doesn't quite have the same tools quite yet. So we'll give it a few minutes and see if this youngster does start to relax a bit. It would be amazing if it does suckle a little bit from mom, if we got to see that. Remember, it has been lying down by itself probably for half an hour now or so. Lara, you reckon he needs to grow into his face a bit there still? Yeah, everything's a bit short, a little bit stumpy. His proportions really seem a bit wrong, huh? You know, you look at his neck in comparison to his body ratios. You look at the ratio of mom's neck compared to the size of her body. That neck of the youngster's really got to grow a lot. So he's got a bit of developing to do. We'll give him some time though. I really enjoy his funky little tail. You can see mom's knees. Let me see if I can go into her knees a little bit there. It looks like she has been lying down potentially. See, she's got some very dirty knees there. I know we are cropping Mom's head out a little bit here. So you can kind of see that umbilical cord a little bit better now that we were talking about. Come on, little one, turn this way so we can have a good look. So photographically, this is pretty much a big no-no. We are cutting Mom's neck off pretty significantly. But we're purely doing this just for the viewing pleasure of seeing this little youngster up close and personal. So remember, in terms of sexing a giraffe, adult male giraffe don't have hair on tops of their heads, whereas the females have got those longer tufts of black hair. When they are young like this one, you can't use that as a gender indicator. All young giraffe like this have got fluffy hairs on top of the horns. Amazing how much more white this young giraffe seems to have compared to Mom. I guess a lot of youngsters do transition in terms of color. I feel like there'll be a bigger transition with other species. You think of a young blesbok, a young wildebeest. They have very different colors compared to their full sort of developed adult stage. Whereas there's not as much of a drastic color change between young giraffe and fully developed giraffe. There we go, there's our little man. Maybe he's shifting position to do a little bit of suckling. Let's wait and see. Or maybe just using Mom as a windshield. Lizette, the giraffe, will have the same number of vertebrae as a human. It's always a nice little fun fact, that one. Oh, there he goes. I'm really hoping that Mom doesn't leave this little youngster too much more to the right hand side. See, if I zoom out a bit for you, you'll see just on the right here that dense thicket. If they continue to go there to feed, we will unfortunately lose sight of them. So I am really hoping that they stay here for us. You can see that prickly pear there on the right hand side. Interestingly enough, I have seen giraffe eating prickly pear once or twice. It's not something that you'd really expect. There we go, that's the direction we want Mom heading in. Yeah, you wouldn't really expect giraffe to be eating prickly pear. You know that we talked about the Kariga River in the background there. There's going to be lots of different acacia species. And that's more of what they would generally tend to feed on. Oh, little one getting down and comfy. Starbuck, that's a good question in terms of how would Mom go about protecting her little one. So mainly in terms of body positioning, she would keep that youngster very close to her. So if something like lions were a potential threat in the area and were trying to catch her youngster, she would keep it very close to herself, and she would more than likely use herself as a barrier, so putting herself between the lions and her calf. And then also, you know, she's a tall animal, but she's also powerful. She would be kicking and stomping with her feet. So if the lions came from in front of her, she would kind of use her front legs to stamp on the ground to try and intimidate them away. And then she's got a very powerful back kick that if she was looking to inflict some damage on one of the lions, she would usually kick with her back legs. It's probably going to be more powerful than her front legs. Her front legs are more for kind of stomping. So that is the main way she would go about doing that. I have seen a very sad video of lions which were trying to grab a young giraffe, and they got it to the ground. Mom came in to try and save it, chased the lions off, but in the process of doing that, she was flailing those front legs like we talked about and stomping the ground. And unfortunately, on one of those stomping sessions, she connected with the head of her youngster, and unfortunately that youngster didn't survive, essentially because of what the mother did. I mean, it was well intentioned, it just didn't work out as she planned. So that was very unfortunate, but usually a lot of strong kicks. That is going to be the name of the game in terms of mom protecting her youngster. So they are just by themselves here. There are no other giraffe. Remember, they do have quite a temporary loose herd structure. So maybe tomorrow she might meet up with other individuals.
Are you ready for the ultimate fireside chat? Join James, Lauren, Cedric, and special guest Byron Soro as they pit some of Africa's iconic wild animals against each other. Who will be crowned the ultimate king of the jungle? Don't miss the incredible finale of our Safari Bowl weekend. Catch it live on February 11th.
The size of his head is massive. This is amazing to watch. They've definitely covered a bit of ground. I mean, as far as tortoises go, these guys are really sending it. So I'm hoping he does manage to come right relatively soon. They are now pretty close to the car. Only around 10 meters or so behind the car. He is trying his best though. Jeez, no such thing as being gentle with his lady there. Lenny, I don't think so. He is he's clearly very excited. But no, he's not endangering the life of the female here. I reckon this male tortoise can definitely tell a story or two. Wow, they're wrapping me all the way around here. I've got cords upon cords. Get that in slowly shifting direction again here. Let's have a look and see how they negotiate this little thicket. Okay, they've just taken a little bit of a breather. But that was amazing to see them marching down the road like that. It was very unexpected. Remember, usually in terms of the tortoises, we see them after a little bit of wetter conditions. We have had rain for 2 days. Who knows, maybe it's a sign that we're going to be having some more rain potentially. You can see this male's just scanning around looking to see what's happening. Looks like they potentially might be parting ways here. That interesting stuff. Well, here he comes. Well, that was very interesting. Kind of came to a mutual agreement that they're going to part ways. So that was a clear indication of a proper handoff. But this must be a very old tortoise, this one, I'd say. I mean, he's a really good sized individual. And he is absolutely motoring. No such thing as going slow or taking it easy for this chap. Nice contrast with the nice flushes of green grass there, and the orange color of the termite mounds. That was absolutely amazing to witness. Our giraffes are still in the same position, having a look across as if to say, well, you know, what have you guys been up to? Looks like he's going back in the same direction of where he came from. He is certainly not wasting time. He knows exactly where he wants to go, and he's off to go and do that. Amazing stuff. We'll let him go on his mission. He's heading back into some of the bushes, some of the shrubs. Okay, and we've still got our lovely giraffe here. So nothing's changed with them. They were just watching what was going on with our tortoises. Now, that was very unexpected, my goodness. So this giraffe is obviously very tall. You can see her staring quite intently. She is looking in the direction of where the buffalo are, or where we last saw them. I'm having a look across, but I'm just a little bit short. There's a ridge behind me. I would imagine she's going to be too short to see there. You know, she's definitely lower down in the valley there, in the slope. So if you are looking to photograph the scene, here you would want to flip it vertically. You can see how obviously for TV we've got it going in the right ratios for your TV and a landscape orientation. But you can see on either side of the frame how we've got what you can just call wasted space, really. You know, so you would want to shoot it in portrait here in vertical. And you'd want to have a nice narrow f-stop. You know, you'd want to get a lot of area in focus. You know, there's a good distance between the female giraffe and the youngster. What has she spotted? Something's definitely got her attention. I'm not too sure what it is. I am scanning all around and having a look. I can't see anything. The tortoises have moved off. Yeah, something's got her attention. Look at the focus. The ears are forward. She's looking intently. Body's straight up. I'm even looking in some of the shrubs to see if she hasn't potentially seen any type of snake or something. No, not so keen now. This is very strange behavior. So she's latched onto something, she's pinpointed something, but I think it's more got her curiosity than anything. You can see her youngster is still lying down. I think for the moment we're going to take you back across to Djuma with Alex.
Thank you very much, Nick. And yes, we are here with the Impala. Impala have come through to join us. And rather fantastic. Nice to see the little lambs. So unfortunately, we did just lose Juma. We'll be back there shortly and watching our impalas that have come through to join us. The first animals that haven't given us the slip, at least across there in Juma. Everything kind of moving off today. I'm sure the wind probably paying. Ooh, what is that? The wind probably playing into those hands. But we'll just have to wait and see how the rest of the day unfolds there. I'm sure there will be lots of action. And as always, there's lots of action here in Okukuyo. So we've got lots of Springbok about.
Those cameras, they're always live streaming this water on DSTV.
Quite a fair amount going on. I just want to double check quickly what this is. I think perhaps it is a Adam Stork that has come to join us.
It ate up the man that came to sleep here.
So we might just have to wait and see. The wind has died down, fortunately, so we don't have any shake to the camera at the moment. That is fantastic. So
Those military blanket whereby
really quite awesome. That is the case. So I do think that this is one of the Adam Storks that has come back. We did obviously have that really large flock, over 100 of them at times. So let's just see if this bird does turn to face us and we can get a proper ID.
you want to see the rhinos and lion at night. Yes. But anyway, I'm not saying we are the luckiest, but at least we've seen something. Others they claim they are complaining. Yeah, but I wanted an elephant. Maybe we'll see after lunch. Okay. Lunch is now at 12. I'll take you back then. Yeah. At 12. 12 you have lunch 1. So maybe 30 minutes past 1. Then we drive. Yeah. Now it's there. So I really want to go meet other tour guides there to ask where they've seen animals. Because it's a waste of time.
So it does seem that this is an Adam Stork. I'll keep tabs on that. And it seems that we have restored Juma. So let us see what that impala herd is back and up to. I'd love to get a lovely close up view of them all. So we're back off to Juma to see what's going on with them. So yes, we have come back to Juma, and here are all the lovely impala. So lots of little lambs about, of course rather windy. Really just awesome that they have come through. So as I said, I think the wind probably playing into the hands of everything hiding into the bush and giving us the slip. So patience has been key for the day. Try and get a little closer in on these impala, one or two of them ruminating. A couple of the younger lambs kind of stuck in this bush over here. Does look like a guarri bush from here. And a little bit of grazing going on with the others. A ram currently present. It is coming to that time of the year where they'll actually be a little bit tolerable of other rams and even younger rams around. But building to that crescendo of the rut in a few months' time, in about 3 months. And obviously all hell breaks loose and, mating rights and the rest are then decided. So we'll just have to wait and see how that all goes. But as I said, no ram present at the moment, although I'm sure if there is one, he's going to be a rather big one. And in really good condition. Lots of food for these impala. Those coats really are magnificent with that sun starting to break through the cloud cover right now. You can see also, I think, a little bit wet too, still from all the rain. But a lovely, glossy and glistening coat at the moment. Really, really awesome to see. Just quite magnificent. You'll notice the lack of black down that nasal kind of cavity of the impala down to their noses, from the forehead between the eyes, a little bit black on the females, the males generally without any marking. And that is the key difference really between these and the black-faced impala up in Okakuya. So nice to note, and awesome just to spend some time. A lovely close-up of the impala right now. So some awesome moments being spent here. Very cool. Impala obviously blissfully unaware that we are watching them. It's a lovely insight that we get into their lives. Very cool. Of course, you can actually notice the mixed feeding that they do engage in. One of the reasons why they are so successful. But you can see that one ewe at the back here, browsing, and the others grazing. So a clear confirmation of mixed grazing practice of theirs. There's a young ram, so yet to see proper boy right now, but as I said, being a little bit tolerable of other rams coming in and feeding in amongst the breeding herds at the moment. Does change up obviously, but really quite spectacular. So of course, probably in the peak of their condition at the moment. Morgan asking me to ask the impala what conditioner they use, because their coat is rather spectacular at the moment. You can see that glisten with the sun on it. I don't think I have access to many conditioners at the moment, but it's definitely got to do with the amount of good vegetation that is here for them. High in calories. Really just making these impala look really stunning at the moment. Exactly that. It always helps to eat vegetables. So very awesome, and as I said, just a nice little insight into their lives. I'm sure we'll see some allo grooming going on. Impala do partake in that as well, so you'll notice one or two of them kind of brushing through their coats. They do have specially designed teeth for exactly that. Teeth able to kind of comb through their coats, and it's one of the reasons why they always look so good as well. Of course, they are able to browse, so in the winter months they would then obviously take more browsing matter. It could even be seed pods, so the various old acacia or Chilia, now Senegalia trees, do obviously have those pods. Those pods are also a very good source of nutrients. The impala will also take those. Buffalo also do take them. Buffalo thorns as well, also dropping pods. In some areas, there's lovely anna trees, also being a high and very good source of nutrients for various animals that are around, and then that would consume them. So a seasonal diet. So it really seems like all the action is now upon us. Hopefully the wind will die down a little bit. We'll get a little bit more bird audio. We do currently have the Woodlands Kingfisher that gave us a slip earlier. And I think I can make out a black-headed oriole, but quite far away in the distance. A quiet moment, and a lovely one at that right now. It's really cool just to be able to sit here and watch as these impala graze, but also pick up on the bird audio. Really cool. Nice way just to enjoy the sounds of nature. And of course, a lovely scene that we have as well. So this wind's starting to pick up a little bit. The impala pretty unfazed at the moment, it seems. It's kind of spreading out. What I'm actually looking for at the moment is to see where a number of the little lambs are. Because what they will do is form little creches as well and kind of rest up too. So here's one of them. Just over here. Probably last season's. I don't expect their horns to be that far grown just yet. But quite possible that a number of the little lambs will be sitting down in this longer grass, kind of taking refuge as well. So we do have a lovely ewe as well sitting right there. Looks like a number of the impala so getting really stuck into this thicket over here. Sounds like a plane coming through, obviously. Yeah, it doesn't seem any of the lambs are about. So what I think is exactly, or what has happened is exactly what I've just been talking about. The lambs probably just resting up, kind of hidden away within that long grass at the moment. So we're going to keep tabs on that. Hi Veronica, thanks so much for your question. And today, my favorite bird call has been the black-headed oriole. Did enjoy hearing that earlier this morning here at Djuma. It's still quite awesome. So I think we're going to sit here for a moment. We'll try and see if the lambs do pop their heads up. Otherwise, it's quite cool having all these impala very close to us. And also just switching off and enjoying them grazing right here. So it's quite interesting watching how the impala will bunch up together with all this wind. So you can notice how they're getting kind of closer together, this group kind of becoming more tight-knit and less dispersed. So quite an interesting dynamic to watch as the wind picks up. Something we're just going to keep tabs on. And if it does, of course, start to blow even harder, we can expect these impala to kind of move off or kind of use the thickets then as almost a barrier from that wind. Probably then just engage in more of a browsing moments than anything else, although quite a bit of mixed grazing going on right now. Hi Mandy, thank you very much for your question. I think while I answer that, let's just get a little closer in on this one ewe that is ruminating. There's one of the lambs over here. But, let's get a little closer look here. Mandy wanting to know the benefits of rumination. There's actually two of them, one standing and one resting, lying up kind of. What rumination really does is it allows the animals to extract maximum nutrition out of the food that they've then taken. Of course, ruminants are four-chambered in terms of how their stomachs are made up. And being able then to pull up that cud, that bolus that they are chewing on now, that rumination that is happening, it's the bolus that has been brought up. And that is what they're chewing on. And of course then being able to further refine that food and obviously then extract maximum nutrients out of what they have eaten. So of course, when it is rather dry, and I have obviously to take in, a variety of different foods then, and primarily then it would be browsing matter, so leaves, but also help them to further break that down as well. So a rather efficient way for herbivores to engage and obviously live their lives is obviously through then regurgitating that bolus up, chewing on it, refining that food, extracting maximum nutrients, then obviously swallowing and then allowing it to pass through the rest of the chambers in their stomachs. Of course, in the areas we do also get hind gut fermenters, which are really quite rudimentary in terms of how their digestive systems work. And animals that have that rudimentary hind gut fermenting system are zebra, warthog, rhinos, and elephants, all having rather rudimentary stomach and digestive systems. It does mean that they are then primarily bulk grazers, and they do have to then consume a lot of vegetation or fodder in order to sustain themselves and extract enough nutrients then throughout the day. And you will notice that also with their dung. So ruminants such as impala right now, if you were to look at their dung, it would be very fine, obviously because they've chewed through all of that vegetation and that matter, obviously passed through their systems. And then when you do look at things like elephant or even rhino dung, obviously far more coarse, even horses as well. Zebras obviously equids, so horses or zebra dung, obviously not as fine, not as digested as well. So you'll be able to see how coarse and the different parts and what they have actually been eating, in particular with elephants and with things like black rhino, even white rhino to some degree. We've seen in some rhino middens, actually the starts of Kigelia, so the sausage trees growing out of that, and they've been eating sausage tree pods as well. So just a point of interest in something interesting that has occurred and been noted in the past as well. So cool things that do go on. Of course, we do see a number of interesting habits and things happening all the time, and you learn something new every day when you are in the bush and in the natural world. So some peaceful and quiet moments here with our Impala, of course. A bit going on with him. We need to pick up on where a number of the other lambs are. But awesome just to see and get insight into their lives right now. So we're just going to sit here and just enjoy a little quiet moment here. There's one of the young rams. Oxpeckers as well present. And just a lovely little scene. And just hear puffback calling there too. A little chick-wheel sound that's going off. So nice birds around too. Probably a little foraging party that might be about. It's always great when you are in the bush and foraging parties come through. And you get to pick up your numbers quite decently then. It's always cool watching the different dynamics though of little foraging parties and who is present. Hi Jeremy, that's an interesting question. Do we find Impala rutting with other antelope? And we shouldn't, although I'm sure in the heat of the moment if there was something that was of similar size, you might be intrigued, although they'll generally be rutting in and amongst themselves. And you'll even notice the young rams practicing ingesting as well. But they do bulk up and their neck muscles then also do get far bigger and stronger as they kind of get towards that rut. The rut then happens. It sounds like little gunshots going off all the time, little snorts and growling and grunting. If you've never heard impalas being vocal, it will definitely probably spook you if it is your first time in the bush. But I'm yet to see an impala rutting with any other thing other than another male impala. They do chase the females around as well. But no, yet to see impala rut or spook anything else around. Perhaps maybe a younger ram confused, maybe getting up to shenanigans with a springbok or something like that, but unheard of, at least for myself. I do think, yeah, it would probably be on the spectrum of interesting things that might occur. Seems all the impala kind of bunching up and getting closer towards us. I'm going to zoom back out a little bit, hoping that we get them kind of sitting almost on top of us. Two little rams, a little bit of the sun coming out. Obviously the system and the weather is still present. You can see how that herd is kind of bunched up again. Not as dispersed as it was when we first started with them. What we will do is join in with one or two others. Different perspective. Yet to see a big ram, just younger, smaller ones. But, still some cool little lambs, interesting things to see. Just talking about rutting, and here is a little bit of a play rut going on at the moment. You'll notice a couple of the lambs now starting to rest up. Quite cool to see it. So that little kind of nursery system of theirs getting kick-started. And I think we should start to see these ones that are standing up also coming to join the prey. And join those that are sitting and resting. So it's been very cool. Nice to always switch off and watch something different. Also, just check in with these impala lambs and the rest of the herd. But it's time for us to check in again with Nick and see what's going on in Kariega.
Alrighty, thanks Alex. Welcome back to Kariega, everybody. Where our buffalo have literally just got up and they are starting to potentially look to move around. You can see we've got one or two zebras in the foreground, which is always lovely to see. So I've positioned myself slightly closer to Scotia Dam itself. So that thicket behind the buffalo, that is the direction that they came out of. And I'm really hoping that they will read the script, that I've become fluent in buffalo, and that they will start to come down in the direction of Scotia Dam. Those first few on the left-hand side look like they're heading in the wrong direction. But let's wait and see. Wait and see what happens, what transpires. But a lovely scene nonetheless, though. Still a little bit gusty here this afternoon at Kariega. A lot of our yellow-bill kites that we saw flying earlier, they've all taken refuge and really just taking it easy. Perched on a nice branch somewhere in a thicket. can see the wind is really going through the mane of that little zebra at the front there, causing some irregularities in the mane, not really standing up as straight compared to the one on the right. Keep a careful eye on that one. Remember, for zebras, you determine their health by having a look at their mane. Remember, if the mane's kind of a little bit wishy-washy, flopping over to the side, it's not a very healthy, strong zebra. Whereas if it's nice and sort of erect and standing up, it's a good, healthy zebra. So I just want to have a look. That zebra on the right, it doesn't look like his mane is fluffing around too much in the wind there. But you never know. Maybe this other one's just kind of having a little bit of a bad hair day. Tina, I'm sure if they have to move a massively long distance, I'm sure their legs will probably get a little bit tired. But here at Kariega, there's no real reason for them to get up and move long distances to migrate anywhere. You can see the grasses around here are lovely and green. There's lots of water around, so they don't really need to go too far. If they do get tired, they can just lie down, take it easy, rest up a little bit. We're going to take you back across to Okukuyo with Alex.
Thank you, Nick. And we are here in Okukuyo, as you mentioned. And from one Adam stalk, we are now getting that massive flock starting to descend upon us. So this is awesome to watch, awesome to note. And literally within the last few minutes, numbers just starting to swell. So this is definitely going to be rather interesting just to sit back and enjoy. Because you'll just see them really, all that landing gear just coming down. And starting just to perch around the water's edge. I'm not too sure if we'll get many foraging, but there are lots coming through. And it's going to be interesting just to see how big this flock does swell to in terms of its size. So we are going to just keep tabs, just enjoy as they all come in. You'll even be able to see the shadows as well. There we go. Nice silhouettes off the surface of the waterhole. Very cool. So you'll notice the silhouettes and all the shadows of these stalks coming through now. And I do think we are in for quite a cool sighting, but lovely just to sit back and watch as they all kind of descend upon us. Be able to just see all the shadows as well, and then the silhouettes as they come over the dam, or over the waterhole. So what we're going to do, just enjoy all of this. It's not something you see every day, so rather spectacular. It really is something just seeing how many of these birds have started to come down, and also just the shadows as they fly around as well. So this is really spectacular, quite remarkable to sit back and just enjoy. Really wondering how many will be present. It's a really awesome, a lovely scene here. And this is our focus for the moment, is really just watching how many of these Adam storks do come down and join the fray. Many of them in the sky at the moment coming through. Quite awesome watching those shadows move across the landscape. Then also the silhouette over the waterhole. The wind slowly starting to pick up, so it really is rather awesome watching this. I'm waiting to see if some of them do start to mission around and forage. They will be going for little invertebrates and insects. I had thought that this big flock had moved on, but perhaps a little bit thirsty, perhaps coming in from the eastern areas. I think there might have been a bit more rain, but again, speculation. But fantastic that they are still in the area. Didn't see them yesterday. And whether we see them again tomorrow remains a mystery. But we are in the present and we will enjoy this moment. Hi Fiona, yes you are so right, it really is unbelievable. And it really is just only beginning it seems, because it kind of doesn't stop. So something cool just to watch. I'm not sure if we give it a couple of minutes, it might maybe come to an end, although I have still picked up a number of shadows moving about. Here comes another. So I think that this could still take quite some time. Birds obviously using the thermals as well. And descending upon us. Just get out a little bit further, because they really are spreading quite extensively. Wind picking up a little bit, as I said. But let's just see how many of them actually do come through. Numbers are ever increasing. They do look rather ominous there, kind of like little undertakers, although, as I said, they'll mostly be going for invertebrates, insects and the like. We have seen them when the springbok have been around, then kind of picking up any of the disturbed insects that might be about as well. Them and the egrets, and a rather small stalk as well. But they are really spectacular. Lovely to see them in numbers like this. Of course, intra-African migrants, and it can be found as far as Senegal from here. They do kind of come across at Sahel, so Sahel being the savanna kind of belt before the Sahara, after the equator. So that is where they will be going. And then kind of flying across that eastwards, and then down East Africa, down towards Southern Africa. So just fantastic. Lovely watching this at the moment. There's more and more coming down. So what we are doing is really just taking this all in, because who knows when the next time we might see something like this will be. And really just a lovely focus. So while we are watching these Adam stalks as they descend upon us, the ominous looking stalks are here at the moment. And it's definitely rather unsettling. That is kind of where we're going. Almost like undertakers, as I said earlier, but an acacia-pied barbet calling off in the distance. And at least we don't have the Cape Crows, because if they added to this right now, I'd be happy that it wouldn't be Halloween. Hi, Starbuck. Yeah, it is rather unsettling watching how relaxed these birds are. It really is quite spectacular watching them all come down, and this the number just ever increasing. So, really enjoying this. An anomaly. As I said, not something we will see every day, maybe not for some time. So, definitely, this is the focus for the moment. We're going to enjoy our Adam stalks for as long as possible.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
More and more Adam stalks coming through. Really, there's a conveyor belt of them from the skies. Lovely to just see this. One or two clouds slowly picking up. And springbok dotted throughout the landscape, grazing their way into the afternoon. Very, very cool. Lovely to be able to just sit back and watch this. And as I say that, more come down. Really quite special. So we've got some impala that are looking like they might be thirsty, and they're going to have to part the sea of Adam stalks. But doesn't look like they are that keen on budging. I think more kind of planning on descending upon us now as well. You can see a couple of them flying about. It's really cool, lovely to watch. So it's been really awesome. It's lovely to watch as this flock has increased. It really has not really stopped. That is still going on, and we are going to just watch this. However, while I sit here and observe, it's time for us to head over to Nick and see what's going on in Kariega.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega. And if you have just joined us, we have had a beautiful morning here. We've spent a lot of time with this herd of buffalo that you can see. We've had a lovely giraffe mother with her youngster. We've had 2 tortoises, a male ferociously chasing after a female who wasn't too interested in his courtship tries, his behavior. And in the Kokuyo we have had a beautiful scene with some Adam stalks. And our herd of buffalo here at Kariega in the Eastern Cape has just started to get up and move towards the direction of Scotia Dam. Still got slightly overcast conditions, still a little bit windy, but they are up and moving, and we've got a nice diversity of species here. You can see we've got some blesbok, we've also got some wildebeest, and then there are some zebras on the right hand side of the frame. So 4 different species. Oh no, and there's an ostrich as well in the center at the back there, female ostrich. So we've got 5 different species in one frame here. This is awesome. So I am hoping that these buffalo will head towards Scotia Dam. I've kind of positioned myself slightly up ahead of them in the hope that they will read the script, and they slowly are starting to transition across in this direction. Remember, we didn't see too much active feeding from them this morning, so they largely have been ruminating. We had them in that little mud wallow earlier, so nothing wrong for them with getting a bit of active feeding in. You can see the blesbok are starting to make their way out of the area here. Too many buffalo for them to handle here. Too much muscle coming in. And those wildebeest are clearly thinking that they're buffaloes. No, they've kind of been resting there most of the day, and I think it's just a case of the buffalo moving from A to B. It's been a nice, slow, peaceful day here at Kariega. In terms of these buffalo coming towards the mud wallows, once they do get a bit closer, you'll see I'll pan across to the mud wallow. I mean, there is a bit of water, but it's definitely nothing substantial. It still looks more drier than completely saturated. So who knows, we may see them actually bypass this half mud wallow and head straight towards Scotia Dam for a bit of a drink. Remember where they were earlier this morning, they did have a drink, but not for too long. Chris, that's a good question, 100%. There is less vegetation for the animals in the dry season. So obviously the summer is our rainy season,
So sadly, we did just lose Nick there, and no doubt we will be back with him. We are still here with the Adam Storks, still observing the numbers swelling. One or two springbuck that have got closer to us. I'll come down for that as well, because it's quite a cool scene anyway. And really rather spectacular watching this. The other day, when they did all flock down on this, or descend upon us, there was a tawny eagle that came through and spooked everyone else around the waterhole. Some European bee-eaters that are also calling. Just more and more Adam storks coming down through for us. Really, really cool. Lovely to see. And a rarity indeed. So it looks like the wind's also changing directions, kind of blowing away from us now. It was interesting because it was head on earlier. It's swirling about. What else is swirling about is more and more storks coming through to join us. And I would estimate at over 100 at least right now. They've really taken over that entire side of the waterhole. The action really doesn't stop. There's a lapwing here as well. And from what I have noticed, there's one or two of them that I think are nesting as well. A few eggs that are about. But, there are many blacksmith lapwings around this waterhole. Probably the most I've ever seen around a waterhole, to be completely honest. So it seems like the Egyptian geese are also getting on with their Saturday afternoon. A little bit of vocals coming from them. Yet to see them scooting past the Adam storks. But to the back of them, number of springbuck. It looks like more Adam storks coming down to join us. And what's interesting, they might be here in this huge number, probably around 200 or so. But storks are primarily muted. They don't have organ really, or it isn't really developed for them to be vocal. They do obviously click. They will make odd little noise, but they haven't evolved to have really any form of vocal capacity. So really enjoying this. One or two impala as well off in the distance. Just going to have a little look to see if anyone else has decided to come through. Number of springbuck that have also come closer to us. Nothing in the shade just yet. I did notice a number of springbuck off in the shade in the thicket there earlier, and I think that probably still is the case, but one or two of them coming through to the free side of the waterhole at the moment. Impala also hanging about. But really a lovely day escaping today. Lots of oryx as well earlier. And of course our wildebeest. So it's been fantastic just watching how the numbers have swelled with these Adam storks. But there is an awesome scene that is transpiring across in Djuma, and we're off to there to see what's going on. And as you can see, what we currently have is an elephant pool party, and the hippo has also come out, and really not too happy with them. I'm going to try and get a little closer to this so we can get all of them in. And we'll just watch this, but I'm sure a group of young bulls, and of course our bull hippo in the water. Exactly that. So Morgan also agreeing that, or even stating that this is not a battle for Dewey to pick. Too many bulls. Also, he's just far too small for these eddies. You can actually just see the size difference, really. It is quite spectacular. And he's making himself quite scarce. I don't think he wants to be seen or found out by them. He made himself very scarce throughout our entire escape to nature, though, as well. It really is fascinating when elephants do swim and the enjoyment that they do get. He's a youngster as well. Very cool. So awesome. And everyone kind of touching trunks and the whole thing, swimming about. Really peak of enjoyment. And clearly with the water being so deep, the ellies really are enjoying that. It's fantastic to watch. Really, really cool. So I'm just going to make sure that we are sticking with them. We'll keep an eye on Dewey as well, although I think he's rather subdued. He's not going to be wanting to get anywhere near this ruckus. So with that tiny little one there, quite clearly this is a breeding herd. And clearly the whole family having a whale of a time right now. Interesting to see how long they do hang around for. We've had quite a few elephant around, but the other two gave us the slip, and of course Patience has won out, and we did get rewarded with a fantastic sighting. So really, really awesome. I think with the sun coming out, probably feeling a little warm, but definitely enjoying what's going on here right now. And there's Dewey following right behind them. It looks like they're slowly making their way out. So I'm going to try and keep as zoomed in as possible. You can see that little one just in between these two big ladies. The one on the right actually looks to be quite pregnant, to be honest. Magnificent. A lovely little breeding herd. Really, really awesome. So great to be able to see this. It's not every day we do see the breeding herds in the water like this. Most often are not the bulls, but that was really something else. What a special, special sighting. So let's hope they do hang around for a bit. They're kind of moving off into the drainage. And they are gone. So I don't think we're going to see them now. They're probably going to come over over the dam wall, and I think down into the drainage line again. So let's just wait to see. A little bit of trumpeting going on. There we go. So I do think they're going to drop over the dam wall and move off. Maybe a little bit of browsing. Let's just wait and see. It seems that where they wanted to go is exactly down there. Maybe they'll approach us and use the dam wall because of the water, but it remains to be seen. Really long, impressive tusks on that one cow. And as I was saying, looking rather pregnant. So really quite awesome. So special to see. So a little bit of feeding going on now. Saturday lunchtime. And the ellies have got with the program. So that's quite cool, watching the Ellies move across and walk over the dam wall. Very awesome to watch and see. Hoping they do continue.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So it really is quite cool sitting here. And I do think that this rather large cow with the big tusks that point downwards, probably the matriarch, she is dictating the movements of this little breeding herd. Making the most of their time. Now out of the water, of course, all the vegetation that is around. Lovely to see them. Little bits of grass, others focusing on the branches and leaves. Janine, yes, the swim really was so fantastic. So nice to just watch them, and also just so relaxed it seems. So I'm just going to have to come out again. I'm hoping they don't get hidden by... Ah, there we go. One or two coming out here. Hi, Starbuck. And yes, she will be kind of the pathfinder and leader before handing over the baton. So all of that ingrained knowledge, intelligence, skills, and all handed down then to younger generations from there. So she will also then know how to find water and also where the closest points are, also different food, and where are the best areas to go at different seasons. It's also known that bulls also do that. There's a very famous bull across in Namibia who guided the desert elephants, and very sadly, due to some rather greedy and corrupt instances, he was deemed to be a problem animal and shot a few years ago. One of the last remaining elephant bulls in the area. So that being in northwestern Namibia, and his name was Voortrekker. But it looks like our elephants have moved off. We aren't going to be able to see them anymore today. They did treat us, though, to a fantastic sighting. It was so awesome to be able to see them swimming. There's a little squirrel alarming there as well. Try and find Dewey. See where he's got to now that the elephants have left him in peace. Yeah, there we go. A little tree squirrel calling here too. Do bear with me. I know that the camera speed is a bit quick, but we are running out of time. Because sadly, it is the time of the day where we do have to bid you farewell, say cheerio, and obviously look forward to seeing you tomorrow again as we escape to nature at 8:30 Central African time. But it has been a fantastic day. We really have had some special sightings. Lovely to cap it off now with the elephant. Not too sure where the hippo has got to. But yes, a fantastic day across here in Djuma, Kikuyu, and also with Nick in Kariega. So on behalf of all of us here at Wildo, thank you very much for tuning in and enjoying another Escape to Nature. But stay tuned. We do have another action-packed afternoon. And of course, that culminates with the fireside chat later. So do stay tuned and do have a fantastic Saturday forward.